You're unmuted.
Thank you.
25%.
He's in the last.
Yeah, probably.
He's in the last.
I know. Fishing, hunting, fishing.
Yeah, I'm talking about from the move
Yeah.
at that period of time.
Yeah, probably.
So that was a life change. Of course, she moved up here by caution, let's live there.
Well, I'll try it. Well, prices are on this area. Very similar.
Were you buying it down there?
What's that?
Were you buying it?
Yeah.
I'd like to call this meeting to order, Benzie County Board of Commissioners. Today is June 25th, 2024. We're in the Frank Walter House Boardroom. Roll call, please.
Cunningham,
Here.
Janat,
Here.
Markey,
Here.
Nye,
Here.
Rolas.
Here.
Bowers has been excused. Worsakki.
Here.
Please stand for the invocation and pledge allegiance. Dear Lord, thank you for the opportunity to serve the citizens of Benzie County. But ask for your guidance with the decisions we'll make today. Please keep all of our public safety personnel safe and free from harm. In the name of your son, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. If there's no additions, corrections, look for a motion to approve the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda as written.
Second.
Motion and support, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, so moved. Approve or correction of the minutes from 6/11, regular session and closed session. Do the regular session first.
Move to approve the June 11th minutes as presented.
Mark, your support.
Motion and support, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And we have them there.
Or you make the motion to approve the closed session agenda from. With corrections.
You know, will support.
Motion and support, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, so moved. Brings us to our first public comment. Is there anybody like to share under public comment? Please state your name and
Morning, Vince Palazzolo, 6360 Hunt Road, Blaine Township. I've submitted an application for the Veterans Board, and I kind of just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Vince Palazzolo, moved up here after almost 26 years in law enforcement downstate, retired. Have 11 years military service with a 14-month deployment to Iraq in 2004. After I got back in 2004, I kind of realized I had a different take on the veterans community. I noticed an increased contacts, either with drug or alcohol abuse or with suicides. Kind of figured there's something weird going on here. So every time there was a veteran that was arrested, as I moved my way through the ranks, I had contact with that person. Sometimes I went on scene. Sometimes I met him at the jailhouse. But I just realized that, there needed to be some type of, communication between the, law enforcement and the veterans that lived in our community. It's really hard to reach out to that because there's people moving in and out of the community. We're 22,000 people, 4 square miles, so it's a lot of people moving in and out. As I moved, like I said, through the ranks, not only did I try to help out with the veterans on that side, I also realized that the veterans had a lot of qualities that we were looking for in law enforcement. So I was able to maneuver through the civil service rules and make some adjustments, and was able to get rid of the 4-year degree requirements in lieu of 4 years honorable service and discharge. So I figure one way one person can help another veteran in any way possible, is worth doing. Since I moved up here, I've been going to the veterans board meeting. I've been 6 months in a row now. I volunteered to take over the Veterans Memorial from Kurt. So I handle all the bricks and ordering and things like that. And so I just kind of want to introduce myself, and I'm looking forward to possibly being on that board and helping out how I can.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, could you state your name again for me?
Vince Palazzolo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, public input? Seeing none, we'll close public input. Elected officials, department heads. Rebecca?
Good morning, Rebecca Huber's Office of Emergency Management. I just wanted to give you a quick update on what the office has been doing and what we are doing for the summer. Besides some summer events like Ironman and 4th of July in Frankfurt City, June 14th, last week or so, we had multiple local responding agency exercise, active assailant exercise held at the Homestead Hills Elementary School. Everybody was invited, not everybody showed up, but the goals of that exercise were to have our local agencies work together in a mass casualty active assailant type of situation. Planning ahead, because that's not something that we would normally just plan for all the time. As well as get a good look at Homestead Hills Elementary, because it's so brand new, getting the exposure those responders need to know their way around a new school. And the goal is to not have all of those people meet for the first time during a real life emergency or see the school for the first time if something should happen. That went over really well. We had nice weather for that. July 16th is the groundbreaking for the new emergency communications tower in the city of Frankfurt. 10 a.m. is the projected time. I will send out a flyer, or we'll get a flyer out. That's been a long time in the works, and so we're looking forward to making that happen. And then August 14th, I think there was a notice, Tammy, slipped into your packet. The CERT volunteers here at Benzie County are opening up their training hour that they normally have on that Wednesday at 6 p.m. To include the public for naloxone training. It's not just about handling it, but understanding opioids, overdoses, and harm reduction strategies. And the instructor or the speaker will be Harm Reduction Michigan for that class, and it'll be about an hour long or so. So there will be handouts and stuff like that, and it'll be open to the public. We'll put out a flyer for that too, but you had a brief one in your packet. Next week. Next packet. It's on, you get to it. Any questions for me?
Was staff turnout acceptable at Homestead Hills?
I wish we would have got more EMS folks on the
School staff.
and I wish we would have gotten more school staff to show up. I beg and beg and beg. I can only make so many things happen, but I try.
I know you did.
Any other questions for my office?
Hey, Rebecca,
Yes,
I need your volunteer headcount for CERT. Are you where you need to be on that? Or are you still
We
recruiting?
always like new volunteers. Again, that's kind of an aging community. And so to have new fresh faces that have time. I noticed this year we seem to be thin on some of our obligations to our summer events just because people have lives. And so to have more people that might not be doing something, might be able to fill some of those gaps. But, yes, so, on our webpage is on the emergency management webpage. I think there's a link for CERT, there's applications, and people can always reach out to my office if they have.
Have you done any, reached out to the paper to do any articles about what CERT does?
We have in the past, we've had a couple in the last few years. We were at Thompsonville. We had a booth next to the sheriff's office booth there to promote us and see the bright highlighter yellow jackets and everything that they wear. So we're trying. It's just, again, to have a public outreach means more people have to show up that date and, fix their schedules. But it's been probably a year, maybe two, that we've been in the paper.
Okay, just, I think it's always good to keep them out in front of it. And I know
It is.
paper's looking for, for articles, so.
When he watches this later, Colin Mary can always reach out to me like he always.
Did you hear that, Colin?
Hey, Rebecca, I would expect you appreciate people with first responder experience. What if people don't have any experience? Do you
There is a
train?
job for everybody when it comes to CERT again, and CERT again is a citizen emergency response team. We kind of we have a basic training program, so even if someone doesn't want to be in CERT, we offer, first aid training, or in this case, it happens to be in the lock zone training, but we always have some kind of training or. I don't know. Yes, we do. Yes. Anything else for me? Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other department heads? Douglas? Sorry.
Good morning, Doug Duran with Benzie Senior Resources. Received my packet, but a nice update to report. Yesterday, we received our grant from the Olson Foundation, so we can purchase 12 new electric totes for our vehicles. Ours are getting pretty old and the repairs are becoming costly on them, so that was great to have that come through.
How much?
17,000.
Thank you.
Senior Project Fresh, of course, are those coupons that the state gives out, $25 to seniors 60 and older. We have 185% of their income, and so we received 176, and we've given out 110 so far. So these are being used at produce stands, roadside stands that accept them, and then at the Honor New Farmers Market, and then the Frankfurt, Alberta Farmers Market. So again, they'll have that opportunity to receive fresh produce. Other than that, we're now moving forward with our Blueberry Dash Walkathon 2.0. That will be on August 6th at the Bellows Park. So I believe our 46th or 7th year going back doing it and stuff. So yeah, just busy.
Good.
And we were at Thompsonville too. A hot day, but it was good.
Right.
Folks and everything. And we did the cookies, those delicious cookies. So. Anyways,
Questions for Doug? Thank you, sir.
all right, welcome.
Always a pleasure. Paula?
Paula Eberhardt, the Benzie Register of Deeds. I just wanted to let everybody know that we've had our first property fraud in the county that I'm aware of. The other day, we had some customers come in and they were only here for a week and they pulled into their property in Honor on Platte River, and there was a realtor sign in the drive. So they thought the neighbors were selling this property and they called and inquired, and lo and behold, it was their property for sale. So they came into our office and we went through the records, gave them their deeds. They took it to the realtor and showed them it was definitely fraud, but it was a foreign person that had old expired passport that they had used for identity. So I think the realtor possibly hadn't done their homework. I mean, it's out there, but I've been trying to reach out to the local realtors, the title companies, and just getting the word out that we do have that free property fraud alert for any property owner in Benzie County. So just encourage your neighbors and constituents to look into it.
Very good.
And Paula, do you still have those little third sheets?
I
Those
do.
little,
I have all kinds of
because
brochures.
I took that to my district and passed that out
Okay.
and I gave one to Art, in fact, at that point in time. So just to reiterate that that's available too for them.
Mhm.
And it is easy
Yes,
To-
I've had.
and free. Right?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
free.
Okay.
I heard word that Lake Township put it in their their monthly news flyer, and we have had some people come in and
Perfect.
just make sure they can sign up for free. So,
Perfect.
yeah, we're just trying to promote it and try to keep the records safeguarded. So,
Thank
Well,
you.
before I let you off the hook, first, yeah, I had signed up for that service that you're urging probably a year or so ago.
mhm,
I'd encourage the other commissioners, if they've not already done it, to do that so that people, when they ask the question, they can find out how easy it is.
right.
But I want to go back to this transaction specifically.
Mhm.
The realtor did a whole lot of things wrong there, in my
Correct.
opinion.
Correct.
Like what happened when they did the title search. So I'm curious, was there ever an effort to transfer the deed or the title to somebody else's name?
There was not, which is where it comes into being criminal. If there is that activity, then we can send them up to the sheriff's department. But in this case, there wasn't really anything that they could act on. From what I understand now, a lot of the local realtors are going through more of a procedure to make sure it is that person. But in this case, with all of this online closing stuff, it's real easy to forge and.
Not to get into a questions or debates, but a lot of negligence shown there by the realtor.
Yes, and apparently the realtor has disappeared. The sign came down and they're no longer reachable, but it was online. We looked it up. We printed out the site and apparently it had actually been sold. And when it came to the title closing, the people had just a funny feeling and backed out. Otherwise, it would have been sold.
Because of our aging population and the number of second homes, as you and I discussed over a year ago, I think that we're more vulnerable than some other communities.
Right. And I'm in contact with Leelanau County a lot and they have quite a few of the property fraud going on up there. So,
And not to make this a theme, but have you put anything in the paper?
We're working on
Katie
that.
put something on our face page and we're working on it. So,
I appreciate the fact that we use our website and our face page. Because, you know, how many hits do we actually get on those? I think if we can find a broader median, that'd be a good thing.
Yeah, so if you go to our website, there's a pop-up that pops right in your face that you have to acknowledge before it goes away. So it's on our website and then we do publish in the newspaper as well.
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You have something, Tom? Please.
Morning, Tom with Benz EMS. Hope everybody's having a wonderful morning so far. I don't have a whole lot to report right now, but our trucks are in good shape. In fact, we've been purchasing trucks regularly. It's been quite beneficial in reducing our overall repair costs. We are slated to pick up a new truck sometime this next fiscal year. I don't have a date of that yet. And then shortly later this summer, early fall, I'll be coming to you to set up, get approval to purchase one for the 2027 fiscal year. As Rebecca said, that we had training for a multidisciplinary training at Homestead Hills back on the 14th. Would have liked more medics from Benzie to show up. Unfortunately, there were some ambulance calls, so duty staff got called out on that. And 3 key players that would have been there just happened to be on vacation that had been scheduled months and months in advance. So, but next time we do one, we're going to make it mandatory for all full-time people. So, because it's definitely worth a while. We could see when you ran through the scenarios, it's important that we keep doing this routinely and keep it fresh in people's mind. So it was very good. It was from an outside perspective, watching everybody. It was very interesting and learning a lot more myself on the importance of this. Just a few things, the stations, station 2, the water heater in the garage is, it's not heating. I don't know why. More is going to be coming out, taking a look at it. We're thinking it might be still under warranty. We're hoping for it because it's not that old. So one of the bathrooms has a vent in the ceiling that needs to be replaced. And as well, the oven range hood is turned the fan on, is squealing. So I'm anticipating we'll have to replace that. Those aren't going to be huge expenses, so I'm not too worried about that. Station 3, the trap pipe started leaking. It's old. Everybody knows Station 3 is old. So that sink's out of commission until we get someone out there to replace that pipe and check it out and make sure everything else is in good shape with that bathroom sink. We have other sinks, so it's not like they can't wash their hands or anything. On track with Iron Man coming up this fall. Kind of status quo. It's the same thing year after year. So I'll be looking forward to that. Staffing, we did have Ken Adams retire at the end of May. Another full-time paramedic chose to move on with, I believe, Long Lake Township full-time. We did promote one part-time paramedic to a full-time position, which is working out well, which leaves us with one full-time opening. And we'll just have to see how long it takes. And in the EMS world, finding new people can be time-consuming and difficult. And other than that, I had provided you with some stats for the year so far. And at the moment, that's all I have.
Questions?
Oh, Tom, are we using the same vendor for the ambulances and for like the past 5 years?
Yes,
That's all working well.
yes, yep. And unless their next quote comes back totally way more than what we would anticipate, then we would reach out to a couple others and do some comparables.
And you're happy with the product?
Yeah, everybody likes them. They do good. They're timely. They're responsive. We can communicate back and forth with them well. So yeah, we're very happy with them.
And what are you using time wise or mileage wise to?
Roughly, we try to cycle them out 5 years, 250,000 miles.
Alrighty. Anybody else have questions? Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Enjoy your day.
Yep. Corey?
Morning, everyone. Corey Ellis, 911 Director. I want to apologize. I haven't been here in quite a while. We've had a pretty big project underway. We've had multiple meetings and trainings that have really conflicted with me being here. So I'm here to give you an update. As far as staffing goes, we're doing well. We have 2 people in training. They're both doing well. That leaves us with 1 vacancy. Because we're a smaller department, we cannot accommodate hiring another person right now. We can't put them in our training program. So it's just on hold for now. Once we get somebody through the training program, we'll see a job posting. So that's why you don't see anything right now. We just can't take them in. We'd really be doing a disservice to them, but just leave them hanging. So we've kind of paused on that. Becky and Tom already talked about the training on June 14th. I'm not going to reiterate that other than we were there as well. We helped with the command vehicle that was out there. We helped with communication support in that. We do have a couple of public education events, community outreach. Unfortunately, we weren't able to make it, excuse me, to Thompsonville just due to scheduling. But we will be there's a library reading event coming up this week, actually. I believe it's on Thursday. We'll be at that. And then there's another one in Frankfurt that the team will be at as well. So we are out there. We are in the community. This is fairly new, just as a little bit of a reminder on that. We just started this less than 12 months ago. So we're still trying to figure out exactly what we're doing, where we're going, but we are out there and we are reaching out. So if anybody hears of any events or anything like that, we're always willing to take a look at it and see what kind of impact we can make. Now for the big one, as far as the big project I talked about was EMD. Everybody should have got some sort of press release or some sort of email on that. We have made it to the end. That is implemented, that is live. It has been live for 1 week now. Just to give everybody, including the public, an idea of how much of a lift this was. This program itself includes 33 different protocols for triaging medical emergencies. So far in the 1 week, we have fielded 47 medical calls and utilized this system in 7 days. Of those 47 calls, 2 of them included CPR instructions from my staff. 2 of them included providing aspirin directions for the patient to take aspirin. Prior to this system in place, we could not do that. We were not approved by MedControl to do that, and we had a big, legal liability if we strayed from that. So in order to bring this project to light, I required 200 plus training hours for the department, 9 new policies, and 4 policy updates. So this was a really big project, and this was a huge ask of my staff to do this. I 100% support that we made the right decision to do this, including the financial investment of it. This is a great enhancement to the community. When they call 911, they're getting a medical professional. It's not a paramedic, but we can provide instructions and we can provide life-saving help to that person before the ambulance gets there. That's all I have for you. Any questions about that?
Questions, Corey?
Just a comment. It couldn't be more pleased on that feedback that you gave us regarding that investment. And at least just in the short term, I'd be interested in knowing going forward if you're having that kind of demand for that service. You said there was 44 incidences where you were able to employ that. Is that correct?
47, yes, in just
47.
1 week. Yeah.
Out of all the calls you made, 47 of them, they were able to go to that tool and help somebody.
Yeah, and to clarify a little bit too, as a blanket statement, all medical 911 medical emergencies that come into dispatch will use this system. There are a few exceptions, such as when Paul Oliver calls and they need to transfer a patient. We're not doing that. We don't have to, and it's a disservice to do that. And there's a few other exemptions that MedControl allows us to do, but as a blanket statement, all medical emergencies will go through this system.
Unrelated to that, now that the big move has been done, part of the objective is to be more efficient in your area. Is it too early to start talking about any efficiencies that you've gained?
I don't think it's too early, no. I think we almost immediately felt the effect of increased efficiency. As far as just being able to utilize the systems that we have in place, I'll speak specifically to this EMD program. Being able to more efficiently provide better information to the responders to put it in their hands of knowing what they're going to exactly, instead of just an ambulance request. There's some sort of medical emergency, and that's what you have. Now they can have the exact details that, as an example, a 55-year-old male, he's alert, he's breathing, he's having chest pain, and we helped him take aspirin. That's a lot more information, and that gears up those responders to know what has already happened. We also see, part of the move included changing out the radio system to be more efficient as well. In that change, we're able to notify as many departments within Benzie County at the same time. Previously, we could only do a maximum of 2, and it could only be fire and EMS. We could not also notify law enforcement at the same time. So I would say we've had tremendous improvements in our efficiency and our effectiveness.
Part of the discussion before the construction was started was I want to say interruptions. It probably is not the right word, but people coming through your department. Are people still doing that out of curiosity, and it's causing still some of that inefficiency, or are you not seeing people that shouldn't be there being on site? Am I saying that properly?
I think so. I think I understand what your question there is, and I would say it's the latter. We've seen a drastic decrease in just people traversing through our area. If they come into dispatch, they're there for a reason. So that has also been an improvement.
Good. Glad to hear it.
I think one of the issues too was the close proximity allowed coverage when people needed to step away. Is that a problem now that you're not in that tight format?
Where we're at with our staffing levels right now, no. There is potential if we get too low on staffing, yes. Because I wouldn't say we relied on jail staff to help us out with that, but they did not hesitate. They did not ask permission or anything to step in and help if needed. But right now we're doing good with staffing. So we don't really see that. There's potential, yes, but right now, no.
Now that you're there, when we were developing this, where you're at, we had considered being off campus. Are you glad that you're here on campus?
I think for a lot of reasons, it would take probably a good hour conversation. Yes.
Good to know.
So I'm just going to throw it out there on behalf of this board. We appreciate what you're bringing to the table, what you've brought, what you've done with your staff. get them more engaged to keep us safe. That means a lot to us.
Thank you.
And is does what's going on with the IT stuff in Traverse City, Grand Traverse County having any impact on communications back and forth if necessary?
Very limited,
Okay.
very, very limited, to the point where it's not of concern right now.
Sure.
Yeah, there is an impact, but it's very, very, very limited is the best I
Good to
can
know.
put it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other department heads? Close that department, move to finance.
Good morning, Kelly Long, County Treasurer. Here to present your bills for the last couple weeks. So we have from June 7th through June 20th of 2024. $269,990.04.
Do not moves to approve payment.
Second.
There's motion and support. Is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Jeanette,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes,
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
motion carried.
thank you.
Thanks.
It's going to bring us to our 9:30 presentation from Networks Northwest.
Morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
I believe you have the annual report, our annual report in your packet, but I did bring some pretty hard copies, if anyone would like it. Good?
I think we all have one.
Okay, great. My name is Janie McNabb. I am the new CEO of Networks Northwest. I've been on the job for 3.5 months, I believe. I was with the organization for 18 years and left to do some other work for 8. Came back just now as the CEO. So just a little background on the organization itself. I like to describe us as the regional headquarters for workforce development, business development, and community development in the 10 counties. So we have those kind of 3 categories of service: talent, business, and community. And that's how the annual report is organized. And you'll see starting off, most of our talent programming is under the banner of Northwest Michigan Works, because we receive workforce development funds from the federal government, comes through the state and referred to as Michigan Works. But you'll see a lot of different programs in there. We work with youth, we work with offenders, we work with individuals on public assistance, we work with dislocated workers, et cetera, but we also work with the general public. Anyone can come in and use our services to enhance their job search, get off of unemployment more quickly, access our resources and our connections to employers. And then you move into business development, which shows how we work with local businesses. And that includes helping them with hiring and training, as well as grants from the state. We connect businesses with opportunities in other countries to sell, export their goods and services, but keep those dollars in the region. And we also help with connecting businesses to sell to the government. Federal government is the biggest buyer in the world, and it's a great opportunity for diversifying a company. And then in community development, we work with municipalities and communities on individual projects as well as regional issues, and transportation, housing, and other community development efforts. So in the annual report itself, all of these numbers are regional, but I did bring some things to share with you specifically about Benzie County. I figured you probably want to know that, right? So if you look at page 13. Thanks, Katie.
you'll see the Going Pro Talent Fund. I think it's maybe one more. There we go. So the region received $2.6 million for employers to train their existing workforce and their new hires. Almost 300,000 of that came to Benzie County. And that trained 151 people. Of those 151 people, 42 of them were apprentices. And if you go to the page just prior to that, 12, you'll see our apprenticeship services. This is something we're really expanding. It's a strategy that we're moving forward with into the future, because apprenticeship is available for any occupation. It is can be done for all kinds of non-traditional occupations, and it's a real win-win, because businesses get someone they can train to their own standards, and the worker gets a wage while they're learning and a credential. So it's something we're really expanding and opening up to all kinds of employers. We serve as the intermediary between the employer and the U.S. Department of Labor. So that takes some of the administrative burden off the company. So another thing in Benzie County we're proud to say is that Graceland Fruit was our Business of the Year in the Apex Accelerator program. We've been working with Graceland for several years, but they've really done well in selling to the government and working through our program and opening up more and more opportunity for that company with selling to the government. In our community development programming, we actually did quite a bit in the county. So we worked with Elmira Township on their master plan, the Village of Thompsonville for a Parks and Rec plan. We did a recreation director feasibility study with the county. And we also worked with you on hazard mitigation plan, and we're doing regional transportation planning, active transportation plan, asset management, and the rural task force in partnership with you and other counties. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have on our services.
Anybody any
Our
questions?
impact here in Benzie.
First, I'll say, I've been associated with you in the agency for, 2 or more decades.
I know.
And it's
Good to see you.
just a few. And it's interesting. You never know where your career is going to take you.
I know.
Hard to believe you had to leave to come back.
Right.
How does Networks Northwest complement or fit in with Benzie County EDC?
Well, that's a good question. I'd like to explore that further. So we are a regional convener of economic development entities. And I think we need to do a better job of connecting with the county specific economic development entities. So the MEDC looks to us to communicate, convene, strategize, find regional approaches for, with the entities that are out in the field working with companies and looking to economic development. We're kind of figuring out our position there because we're not providing traditional economic development services out of our offices, but we do a lot with data, with mapping, with strategic planning around economic development. And I think that's a really important role that we can play to support economic development entities out there in the region. So can definitely do a better job of connecting.
Because you folks are also doing, I'll refer to them as retention visits. You do visits to businesses. And
yes,
we could benefit on that kind of information. So what I'd encourage you to do is work with the county administrator and the chair of the EDC. Because EDC is wondering what they should look like now too. So it's a perfect time to have that conversation.
Great.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
And if I could, Tim, you're still our representative there. They've made some changes organizationally on the frequency that you guys meet, et cetera. Is that working out? Well, you don't know what it used to look like, I guess.
Yeah, we meet once a month, so.
Oh, you're meeting once a month, not once a quarter.
Well, the full Networks Northwest Board meets quarterly.
Okay.
But-
Well, actually, I've been there a lot lately.
But
because
you've
of
been
the-
there a lot. We've seen you a lot because he was on the hiring committee.
That could be, I spent a lot of time there.
So at the risk of putting everybody on the spot, is that a good use of our time to have a commissioner assigned to that? What are we getting from that?
It gives me a good view into what other counties are doing, and what requests we're doing. I do think it is a good use of our time, at least my time. Because they do have a county round table that they hold for the board meeting. Answer your question. If we like I say, you haven't spent a lot of time there recently, but if it was every month, I think that would be too much. But quarterly is probably.
And I served in that role. I was just curious how your experience was, because you don't really get a chance to talk much about that, it seems like, and now we have, so.
Miss McNabb, I have a question. So do you have your finger on the pulse with businesses kind of in Benzie County proper?
Yeah, well, yes, we have staff assigned to geographies. So we have an individual serving Manistee and Benzie counties who is working directly with companies.
Okay, the reason I'm asking that is because I also serve on the EDC and we're looking for or being educated about business partnerships,
Mhm.
people that already have successful or growing businesses in the county. So you would have that information?
Yes, yeah, we'd be happy to connect with you.
Okay,
like-
perfect.
Like Art said, and make
Okay.
that, have that conversation. That'd be great.
Perfect.
Yeah. And I'll say that that designated person is out of our Michigan Works department, but we also have connections through like our Apex Accelerator and community
Right,
department as
that
well.
piqued
so.
my curiosity there, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, perfect, thank you.
Anybody else?
If I can ask your question about the value of the time and having a commissioner assigned, our structure is a PA7 organization. So we were formed by the 10 county. You to participate on our board. And so we really appreciate that contribution and the representation from the county to be part of that regional perspective and connections across the counties. So on our end, we really see a great value in it, but if there's anything that we can do to ensure that you're seeing the value in it, I'd like to hear more about that. Coming into this role, I have heard from board members that we need to improve and increase board engagement, and that's one of my priorities going forward. Had an orientation, which hadn't happened in a few years recently, so board members could learn a lot more about our structure, our services, who we are and what we do. So that's a start, but as I continue to lean into the position, I am making a targeted effort to get out into counties that maybe aren't hearing from us as often as they should.
Well, after Ellen left, there was a lot of changeover.
Yeah.
So you guys were, just as someone who's getting acclimated with the organization, they were on their way out and someone
I
else. was
know.
coming in.
Yeah.
Do we still have representation from Benzie County on the Workforce Development Board? Is Josh Mills still on there?
No. Shoot.
You don't have to answer that now, but I think that'd be important that we do have representation.
You do, because I know we're missing 3 other counties, but I will find out exactly who it is.
Thank you.
It's not off the top of my head. I'm still.
Anybody else?
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yep. This brings us to our presentation from Benzie Leelanau Health Department.
Morning.
Good morning. Oh, I'm not following it like verbatim, so, yeah.
I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Nice to see all of you. It's been a little while since I've been here, but good to see you all the same, so. I'm here with, my name is Dan Thorell. I'm the health officer at the Benzie-Leonard District Health Department, and this is Michelle Klein. She is the Director of Personal Health. And just wanted to, get started talking about 2023. Benzie-Leonard District Health Department has remained steadfast in our commitment to provide services to foster a healthy and resilient community, which aligns perfectly with our mission. One of the biggest, looking back in 2023, one of the biggest achievements was the implementation of our new sanitary code, which was a huge effort, took 6 to 8 months. Lots of steps included. And that was took place during the latter half of 2022, but it actually was implemented in 2023. So what that did is it modernized and simplified the septic and well regulations, and then expanded the evaluation program into Leelanau County. And both county boards of commissioners had to approve that sanitary code in order for it to be adopted. And just, here in Benzie County, a big part of that was the evaluation program, doing the septic and well evaluation program at time of transfer of property. Really in Benzie County was the gold standard that we're looking at. This program here has been in place since 1992, has just been really effective and a great program, and is really looked at as the gold standard across the state. As I'm working down in Lansing and with other state partners as we're contemplating a statewide septic code, I point to the program that's been done here for so many years and so well as the gold standard. Another area to highlight is our school-based health programs. So with parent consent, nurses and mental health therapists support students in the schools, and they're doing all this and also limiting time out of the classroom. So what do school-based health programs do? Well, they increase student attendance and graduation rates. I mean, this is all proven, through data and research, improves school performance, reduces hospitalizations and ER visits, and improves mental health. So really great programs. We have school wellness programs, which at Benzie Central High School, the middle school, Homestead Hills Elementary, and then Frankfort, Alberta area schools. And that includes a nurse and a mental health therapist in each one of those schools. So I believe they're shared a little bit between a few of them, but yeah, just really great programs, really busy. Our nurses and mental health therapists are busy, very busy. We also have nursing services at Lake Ann Elementary and Betsy Valley Elementary. So is there anything else I'm missing, Michelle?
No, I mean, I'll tell you, last year, we really was our implementation year for most of this, and we did in Benzie County about 400 visits with students. So, and there's a lot of great stories, and there's a lot of sad stories, a lot of families that are struggling that we're trying to help. And so it's really been beneficial. I think the schools would agree as well.
Great. Okay, I'm going to bore you with some numbers really quick. So, so I just want to talk about immunization rates because there's a little bit of a story to tell here. We are seeing a decrease across the board in immunization rates, whether it's, different age groups or whatnot. But one of the big ones is for measles vaccine is down 6.8% from 2020 to 2023, which is pretty significant. We're doing a lot of hard work to get those numbers up. I think this is a direct correlation of some hesitancy, some concerns that people have with vaccinations in general after the COVID pandemic. A lot of information that was out there and people just have concerns. And, we approach it, when someone has concerns or coming in the health department, I mean, we want to educate, right? And validate the concerns that they may have, because, you know, that's their children. They hear different things from different sources, and we just want to make sure that they have the facts. And sometimes we change minds, sometimes we don't. But, you know, we're working hard on that front.
And before,
Yeah.
ask a question along the way.
Sure.
Before you leave that, you said we're down 6%. In what time frame was that?
That was between 2020 and 2023.
And what can you tell me that age group? Has there been a decrease in that age group that would have been immunized? I'm looking at opportunity.
Right, right. This is specifically for the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, and I don't know that we broke that down by age, but you may know.
We have, well, we have for the infants, the little ones that we should have one dose, and then we have the 5-year-olds. A lot of our data is based on the 5-year-olds. They should have their second dose before they go into kindergarten. So that's what we're really comparing is 5-year-olds, 2 doses in kindergarten.
Okay, so you looked at the number that got the initial dose and assuming that that number should be equal to the second dose, that's down 6%.
It's, no, what we're talking about with the 6%, if you looked at 5-year-olds in 2020 versus 5-year-olds in 2024, that number is down 6%. So what we're seeing is an overall general, and there's a variety of reasons that this is happening, and we're doing a lot of work to build up those immunization rates again. So some of it certainly is the vaccine hesitancy. Some of it is difficulty getting into providers. We do a lot more vaccines now than I think we ever have at the health department because it's difficult to get in, as you all know. Sometimes there's long waits to get into your primary care provider. So we're doing what we can. We're doing vaccine clinics in all of our schools, like in August, just before school starts or when school starts, so we can help make that a little easier for families to get access as well. So it's about information and access.
Okay, and I'll let this go after this question, but just to drill down on this.
Yeah.
The number of people that are in that age group that you're comparing it to, was there a decrease in that number of people?
I can't answer that. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'd have to look up the census
'Cause
data.
that's relevant.
But the percentage, if it's significant, it is because a few people can make a bigger percentage difference if there's a lot less people, but
Well, if you're
All of the
down
5
6% in that population,
right.
then the immunizations are gonna be down 6% too.
Well, it's the number, they're looking at the number of kids. So,
Understand.
yeah, so if a 5-year-olds get those vaccines at 5, they go into the schools where, we have vaccine rates we're reporting. So of the 5-year-olds in kindergarten, those are the numbers we're looking at. So if there were less, 10 years ago or in 2020, we're still looking at the percentage of the kids that are in school.
So if there was 100 5-year-olds, 6% of those versus, if it was the same number, if it was 200, it's still the percentage of that whole group.
Thank you.
So, getting back a little bit to some of the numbers, one of the issues we've had too is in our WIC clients that has been decreasing over time. Just between 2022 and 2023, it's gone down about 18%. And we've been, again, doing a lot of work, outreach, just, making sure that the word's out there that these services are available. There could be a lot of reasons. I think, typically, and I've seen these correlations before, when we have a strong economy and a strong labor market, we tend to see those numbers go down and then, reverse when the labor market is not as strong. So that could be a factor there. And just in general, since the pandemic, it's been, we saw a pretty sharp drop off with that, and we're still trying to build those cases back up. We have seen increases in our community connections referrals, and that's our program where we connect clients with services throughout the community. We use community health workers do this work. It's been very popular and has grown, I think, ever since its inception. But that is basically up 21% from 2022 to 2023 in numbers of clients utilizing those services. Children's special health care, those numbers are up 27% from 84 to 107 kids that are enrolled in children's special health care. And that was even before the age was increased from 21 to 26.
because this is 2022 to 23. So that was before that increase. So we expect to see a higher increase next year. And the maternal infant health program clients remained about the same. So that was pretty flat. Just getting into some environmental health numbers that you may be interested in. In Benzie County, we have 122 licensed food service establishments. We did see that decrease recently from a little bit higher number. We saw a decrease by 9 establishments. Most of those were food trucks. And for whatever reason, they may have decided to get licensed in a different area, but that was down about 7%. Septic and well evaluations, just looking at the numbers there, not a comparison from year to year, so to speak, but just kind of how they shook out. For the septic evaluations, we had 25% of those evaluations were completely satisfactory, where 5% were unsatisfactory. And then there were some numbers in between. I think 62% were satisfactory with recommendations. But the important thing to note here is compared to like the Leonal evaluations, which is brand new, starting that program, here over time, the number of unsatisfactory systems has decreased and is kind of hovers around that anywhere from 3 to 5%. Right now in Leonal County, they are seeing what Benzie saw when the program first started in the 90s, is that they're around 15% of unsatisfactory systems that are being that are uncovered during these evaluations. So just some interesting numbers there.
May I ask a question on that? On the, when do you do evaluations? Is it only point of sale?
That is correct. Yes. Yeah, it's triggered by a transfer of property. So typically point of sale, I mean, technically it could be, from another type of transfer, but typically when the property is sold, 7% of them are that way.
Okay, and just for myself and for the benefit of the public on this. So point of sale is about what percentage, if you know, of the whole septic systems that are out there? Is that like point of sale would only be 5% that you get to inspect or something like that?
Well, that's a really good question. And I think that's one that we're grappling statewide with, as there's a couple of bills in the House and Senate. And part of it is that we don't really know exactly how many septic systems are out there. I mean, we take pretty good educated guesses, but the number of transfers or the sales, I mean, that varies year to year. And the idea is that over time, I think the average, is or average properties turns over every 7 years. I think that's a stat that's been out there. Now, are there exceptions? Are there properties that are owned by the same person for, 30 or 40 years? Sure.
So that's my question and curiosity. So our golden standard might be only based on 7%, 5% of all the septic systems, saying that it's a success to do it at that point.
Well, yeah, and I see where you're getting at as far as relying on point of sale. The reason, and this is something that we're, like I said, I've talked about this at the board here before, and I've talked several times at the Board of Health. We're looking at the statewide code possibility, and what they have proposed or what's in the current bill is a 5-year inspection frequency.
Correct.
Which local health departments are essentially opposed to that just because of the workload, concerns, staffing concerns, things of that nature. And I mean, there also are other legitimate concerns about, what kind of impact that would have on the community, right? On people, and costs there. I mean, in a perfect world, looking at a septic system every 5 years, would it be an awesome idea if you could do it if you didn't have any of those other issues going on? Sure. Yeah. I mean, we're the biggest proponents of, safe drinking water and
health
and, clean surface water and all of that. But we have to balance that with what makes sense and something that we can implement. And the reason I point to the gold standard, Benzie County's program as the gold standard is because it's recognized that a point of sale program, there's a few things. You have willing participants, a buyer and a seller that are going into this willingly. You have money on the table to address things that come up. And it does, does it take longer to address? But yes, but over time, it does address a lot of things. Is it perfect? No, it's not 100%. And I think, some of the issues that may come up if we have a frequency type inspection that's every 5 years. I mean, I have concerns even about enforcement, getting local prosecutors. If we have people that are not, just saying, no, I'm not doing it, how do we enforce that? How do we get local prosecutors involved? Do they have the workforce to help us out in the courts? Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything. So there's just lots of things to work through with that. I consider point of sale a good happy medium, at least a good starting point to get through these. And then maybe, in the future, looking at a longer frequency could be a possibility, but it's very complex and there's no easy answer, but
It is very complex.
yes. And part of it, like you said, I mean, is just even knowing statewide how many systems are out there, because no one's ever done that. We have what we have in our records, but we've never cross-referenced that with every parcel in the county. We just never had the workforce or the, manpower to do that. So I think that, really, when you're looking at all this, that would be a great place to start to really just understand, the problem and how many systems we have out there totally statewide.
And I'm sure this is a longer conversation, but
Yeah, I've already rambled on a long time about it, and I've talked a lot about it, but and I'd be happy to talk to you even outside
I
of
would
this
appreciate that.
forum.
Yes.
So,
I'll look.
yeah. So just getting back to numbers really quick, and I'm probably getting up to my time here, but total land use activities were down about 10%. But I will point out, there was a significant spike. We're kind of getting back to the numbers that we were in 2019 and 2020. Before COVID, we had a significant spike, and I think you're all aware of that, how crazy things went with real estate and whatnot around here for a couple of years. So we're seeing kind of like the normalization after the spike with those numbers. Just getting on to every commissioner's favorite part, the financials, right? So 2023 for us did end with a surplus of 166,000 approximately, which was predicted. And it was lower than, it was predictably lower than what we saw in 2022, which was about 345,000, I believe. And this is due to the lower immunization fees that were associated with the COVID vaccines. So as we started to see those go down, we were not bringing in as much revenue there. Our financial audit for 2023 was an unmodified opinion with no findings, which is excellent. We're continuing to invest in our buildings. In Leelanau County, we moved our environmental health staff to the Leelanau Government Center, lower level. We participated with them in a partnership to remodel that lower level, which has worked out well. So far, so good. And then right now we're working with an architect that's drawing up plans for our environmental health and administration area in our Benzie County Resource Center to do a small remodel down in that area to create more space. At the Benzie County Resource Center, we were pretty much busting at the seams. We have literally no extra offices. So usually I work there once a week currently. So, and I typically work in a conference room. If that, just kind of paints a picture there. And I think we do, throughout all of our staffing model, we just kind of shift things around and make it work, but trying to gain some space there. Local appropriations for 2025 will be flat. We're not asking for an increase. Since we have a fund balance increase that we saw from 2023, did not feel that it was appropriate. And it looks like we're going to see a similar increase for 2024. So local appropriations will be flat. And we, definitely appreciate your continued support through local appropriations. It's a small part of our budget. It's about 8%. But the local dollars are really important to local health departments. They're flexible dollars. We can use them in different areas compared to the siloed funding that we have in our programs that we do through the state and other programs. And we can use local dollars to get Medicaid match, which basically for every local dollar we do that with, we get $2 back. So it's a really important function there. Okay. That's all I have. Does anybody have any questions?
Other questions for Dan?
You want to touch on it for a moment about what's happening with the CEO search or health officer search?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I thought you might bring that up, Art.
You saved me from bringing it up.
Okay. So at the May Board of Health meeting, the Board of Health decided to terminate the contract with the Health Department of Northwest for health officer services. So that's the way it's been done since about 2012, I believe, where Benzie Leelanau District Health Department contracted with the Health Department of Northwest for the health officer services, 30% of the health officer's time there. So since that time, the health department has grown substantially. They've about doubled in size. There's some other things going on, like some impending retirements of some long-serving staff. And anyways, this is ever since I came, which was in the spring of 2022, this has been a topic of conversation at the Board of Health level, I think almost every meeting since then. So in May, that decision was made to go with a dedicated health officer. The termination letter was sent. There's 6 months from the time that letter was received. So basically around the end of November, that contract will be terminated. In the meantime, the board is engaged in a search for a health officer. And at our meeting tomorrow, actually, they'll be discussing and looking through that process and determining, the posting language and, when and where to post the position. And I expect that will be posted here coming up shortly, right after maybe later this week. And then, over the course of July, we'll receive applications, and then the board in July at their July meeting will determine which of those applicants that they're going to interview. And then move on from there, do the interviews in August and, hopefully come up with a decision by the end of September, early October. I think I covered it pretty well.
Anybody else?
So that's what's going on. Thank you.
I just have one question for you, Dan,
Sure.
and it's concerning tomorrow's meeting at Leelanau County, and the Leelanau Health Department, but in Leelanau County. And it's for, I believe, a drain field that's being appealed. Can you give me a point of contact on that so we can get a site visit prior to?
Sure. So that would be, Eric Johnston. He's the environmental health director.
All
right. I can get you a phone number or give it to Katie and.
I think I have it.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Great. I do in my bag and I'll get that to you. Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Thanks for your report.
Okay. Thank you all.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Good seeing
being
you
here.
both. Take a short break. We'll be back in a few, folks.
You're unmuted.
We're back in session. Start out with item A under new business. Consider establishing an ad hoc committee to discuss grant coordination and administration for Benzie County.
At a previous meeting, this was brought up as a possible discussion item, so I've placed it here in the packet to establish an ad hoc committee so that we can really talk about this for the future of Benzie. As you're all aware, we are heavily grant funded in a lot of different ways, whether it's my staff, Rebecca Hubers, or Sheriff's Office staff. We manage a lot of grants for Benzie and we're always looking for more. And so we really should talk about what that looks like going forward. What we're doing now seems to be working, but we are hitting a bandwidth issue with a lot of staff who is helping to oversee all these grants. And so to have those conversations does make sense.
And how many member committee would you like?
Typically a three member, and the motion is written up as the chair and then 2 commissioners, whoever you would choose. And this is just for discussion purposes only. There's no action. It's to discuss the topic. There could be a recommendation that comes back forward, but maybe not.
Good. Anybody really want to go?
I think Gary does.
Well, he'd probably be back by then.
I would serve on that.
Thank you.
Well,
You okay,
All right.
Bob?
I just was clearing my throat.
Oh, well,
Sounds like a
that means you wanted my attention.
Yeah, it was, you know what? Sure.
Thank you.
So no Gary or yes, Gary?
I believe it's gonna be myself, Karen, and Art.
Okay.
Item B, consider,
We never did a
oh, I'm
motion.
sorry. Is there a motion?
You gotta have these scheduled.
I'll make a motion that the commissioners appoint an ad hoc committee to discuss grant coordination and administration for Benzie County Chair, Commissioner Roloff, Commissioner Cunningham, and administrator be appointed to such committee.
Commissioner Jeanette.
Commissioner Jeanette.
I was saying Bob's pointed twice.
Yeah, they're points.
Said roll-offs.
Yeah.
You mean roll-offs?
I meant.
Me,
Bob
you,
on
and
Karen.
Karen.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion and support. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes,
Jeanette, motion carried.
Item B, consider appointing the county administrator as the grant coordinator.
This is housekeeping in nature. In the past, you had appointed the county treasurer to be the grant administrator for various grants. Certain grants do require action by this board to deem a person appropriate for that position. When Shelley retired, she really transitioned all the grant administration that she was handling over to my office. So now I'm handling those. And one in particular that needs board action to appoint me is the Remon grant. And so this action really is housekeeping. Obviously, with the ad hoc that was just a form, things could drastically change over the next however many months. But for now, this is an appropriate action for grant administration as we're doing it now.
I'll move that the Board of Commissioners appoints a county administrator as a grant administrator for Benzie County.
support.
Motion and support. Is there further discussion? Roll call.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes,
Jeanette,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
Item C, consider establishing an ad hoc committee to review county personnel and operations policy.
So we're gonna have a lot of committees going on right now. So this is another committee. This is another topic that we talked about at a previous meeting. As you know, since I've been here, we've been drastically changing and updating and rewriting all the policies, both operational and personnel. And so to ensure that those policies are not going stale on the shelf, the idea of this ad hoc committee is to review those various policies, both operational and personnel. This ad hoc committee would be able to get down into kind of the nitty gritty of reviewing those policies versus the whole board at a board meeting. And then that committee then would have recommendations for changes or just a stamp of approval back to this board for full action.
I'd do that, Bob.
I will go. Unless Commissioner Sucky wants to.
I did say I would.
Okay.
Brent seconded, so. Worsakki and I.
Oh.
No, you're gonna
Are
be
you
on.
cool with like the later 3:30, 4 o'clock meeting? Cause I can't do mornings. Okay.
That was a motion.
I'll make the motion, the Board of Commissioners appoints an ad hoc committee to review personnel policies, and that the chair, Commissioners Nye, Commissioner Worsakki, and administrator be appointed to such.
Let me clarify, is this an ad hoc committee to discuss how we're gonna move forward? Or is this gonna be creating a standing committee to review policy before it comes to the board?
So based on the conversation from the last meeting, my understanding was to review the policies and then put it to bed for a year to 18 months and review the policies again. So I set this up as kind of a temporary policy review committee. The duty of this committee will be to meet and review the policies. And then once we're done with that, this committee could go to bed until we start reviewing the policies again in 12-ish months. So rather than a standing committee, and especially because there is an election coming, it doesn't make sense to create a standing committee that we may just have to change.
That might be up for discussion during the ad hoc committee, because I think the rotational basis, it's not like we're gonna be seeing policies. There's gonna be an 18-month lull. I think the idea was a rotational basis.
Okay.
A little more frequent than that.
Yeah.
I just don't know if perhaps a standing committee is more.
Take a list of policies, review them 1 month, then pick some more policies, review them, so you're not doing them all at once.
Exactly, so it's just, you
Spread
know,
them out
at our
over a
study
year.
session, you can anticipate that you'll probably be putting eyes on a policy, just to refresh, but we can discuss that at the
I
ad
didn't
hoc,
expect-
whether it.
Yeah, I didn't expect this ad hoc to review them all at once.
Oh,
No.
no.
I anticipated that over the next 6 to 8 weeks, you've reviewed all the policies. And then we're probably not needing that review for a little while, and then we'd pick it back up. That's why I just did it as temporary,
And I don't want
but we
to,
can talk
I
about it.
don't want to get into the weeds on this, but you're talking about having some kind of schedule.
Yes,
But I gotta tell you, this sounds more like a standing committee to me than an ad hoc, because it's gonna be it doesn't have a beginning and a defined end. Even though there could potentially be a turnover of commissioners next year, it's something that needs to be assigned then every year. And I thought that's what the study session was for. I'm completely comfortable with the talent we have today, looking at our policies. The idea of the policy is to make sure it's kept in compliance and then it's relevant.
Mhm.
And I think the way we've been doing it is fine. I don't
Okay.
think we need to build another layer.
I would be more in support of an ad hoc committee to just chart a course of how we're going to address these. And then move forward with having a system in place, a recommendation for a system that utilizes a study session.
Yeah,
for
that could-
review.
That could be one meeting that you guys do. that.
Right.
Right.
I agree.
That's fine. I was just going based off of how other agencies handle policy review. They typically establish a subcommittee to do the bulk of the review, and then they bring the recommendations forward. But if we want to do it differently, we absolutely can.
Let's delve into that at the ad hoc, and I do agree with you. The places that I've seen it done do have a personnel committee.
Correct.
Where the policy goes to first before it comes to the full board. But. You know, in support of what Art's saying, what I understand you're saying, they don't have a study session to work on these kind of matters.
Okay. Well, we'll call a meeting, maybe 2, and then we'll go from there.
So Rhonda, I'm gonna think that you just gave me a second.
Sure.
I didn't have one.
Oh, we didn't have a second?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
There's a motion and support. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Roloffs?
Yes.
Worsakki?
Yes.
Cunningham?
Yes.
Janat?
No.
Markey?
Yes.
Nye?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Item D, consider approving a clinical agreement to be an educational sponsor for EMS programming.
Anderson?
So Tom Benz EMS, I can address this. Clinical agreements are required between educational facility and healthcare. And the site where the student will be practicing or honing their skills, i.e. Mobile Medical Response does EMT programs, and they want to use us and have used us in the past through Munson Regional Education, have students come in, third ride on the ambulance to get experience, which is required by the state of Michigan to have so much clinical experience for EMT and paramedic programs. So there was a transition when it was all Munson Regional Education. There was a long-standing an agreement, but then when Munson Regional Education went out and MMR took over, there was a recent realization that probably should update that agreement, change it, and go through and have our legal look at it and review it. He made a couple little changes, nothing significant. That was sent back to MMR, and we've just been waiting until their legal has reviewed it and they've approved it to get a signed copy back to present officially to the board. Speculate there'd be any changes on their side. Also, the Fire Training Academy in Grand Traverse County is getting ready to do their own EMT program. I would assume they would eventually reach out to us for a clinical agreement between them and us to have students be able to do ride time with us. So we'll see. Maybe they have other places in mind, but in a nutshell, that's what clinical agreements are about.
The agreement protects the county from various liabilities and other things that could arise by having that third person riding along with us. So that's why it's important we have this agreement in place. We've had this relationship going on for a bit where, you know, people come to us to get their hours in. We're just making sure that we're doing it in the most safe way possible when it comes from a legal and liability standpoint.
I'll make a motion the Board of Commissioners approves the Benzie County EMS clinical agreement with MMR to be the educational sponsor for their EMS programming and authorizes the board chair to sign the agreement. Mark, you'll support. Can I assume that we're gonna have additional requests like this coming across? Like when the Fire Academy, I mean, I do believe Manistee also hosts EMT classes at
Potentially.
They reach out to us.
okay.
Clinical site.
I mean, do we have to bring it to the board every single time, or is this something
It'd
that?
be a new agreement, with each individual training site.
The board has to authorize the contractual obligation for the board chair to sign, so each one would have to come to this board.
So Tom, I admit, I'm just a little bit lost. And I'm clearly not the expert on this subject, but conversations that I've been on the outside in, but just listening to, I've not heard a lot of great things about MMR. Are they the right people that we're going to be getting training from?
We're not getting training from them. They're doing training
Pushing
for
people down.
outside people. They need their students have to have some place to get experience. They
Oh.
ride, some of their students do their training with MMR or other ambulance services. And we've always been a key player
Okay.
in taking on students. And it works to our benefit because occasionally we bring some of them on.
Got it. I had a wrong understanding of what we were doing. Okay.
Any more discussion? There's a motion and support. Roll call, please.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janai,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes.
motion carried.
Item E, consider authorizing 2 budget amendments related to dispatch support.
2 years ago, we identified through Rebecca Hubers and then later Corey Ellis that there are certain functions that our central dispatch folks are doing that technically are not covered under surcharge fees. And so what we started to do is budget administration costs from other agencies that central dispatch is serving that isn't technically covered under surcharge. When the new treasurer took over, we've been really going through with a fine tooth comb all the funds and all the whereabouts of all the things when it comes to financials for Benzie County. And it was identified that while we did budget the cost to come into central dispatch since 21 when I came here, that the cash was not moved accordingly. And so these budget amendments are necessary to clean up the budget because the activity from moving the cash shows much larger than the budget that we have on the books. And so this is housekeeping to clean up the last 2 years of cash movement that didn't happen under the treasurer.
Jeanette moves that the BOC authorizes two amendments to in the amount of $23,805 to the Central Dispatch Fund from the General Fund, Animal Control Fund, and EMS Fund.
Support Cunningham.
Motion and support. Is there further discussion?
Kelly and I have put processes in place to ensure that all cash movement happens to align with the budget that we adopt.
Very good. Roll call, please.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janai,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye. Yes. Roloffs.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Item F, consider authorizing an amended space use and service agreement with Jowett Family Funeral Home.
In 2017, when the Board of Commissioners entered into the agreement with Gaylord Jowett for the Regional Medical Examiner's Office, it was never reviewed again since then and has actually expired. And so in review of contracts that I've talked about before, our office is constantly looking at contracts to make sure things are up to date. It was noticed that this one is expired. I had discussions with Dr. Goslanowski as well as Gaylord to talk about how it's going, the service, what's being provided. Everything is going well from my understanding for their purposes. Gaylord has asked for a slight increase in the fees that he is charging. And we felt that that was warranted given the slight increase it is, and it's been over 7 years. So the currently we're paying $300 and $150 respectively. And this would increase to $400 and $200 respectively for the autopsy services as well as removal and transportation of bodies.
Good.
You have a question?
Nope, please go do it.
I have a committee motion, the Board of Commissioners approves an amended space use and services agreement with Jowett Family Funeral Home for work related to Regional Medical Examiner's Office as prepared by legal counsel and authorizes the chair to sign.
9 seconds.
Motion and support. Any further discussion?
I just want to emphasize, there's been no increase in this relationship since 2017.
There has not been, no.
So as a percentage, it looks big, but for the public's benefit, that's a fair adjustment.
It's very minimal.
And to Art's point, when I was looking at this, the percentage does look huge. 25% increase, 50% increase is huge, but is the cost increase, the amount for the service equitable?
I think so.
That's
I
what I'm
mean,
hearing.
Gaylord
So-
really is doing us a favor in a lot of this whole relationship and, you know, the space, and he's doing a lot more when it comes to the autopsy process and such than is ever expected under this agreement. You know, this agreement is for him to provide space and to pick
Correct.
up the body. And he really is in a lot of ways working alongside of our medical examiner, and doing other, you know, services.
Okay, and that's why I wanted to voice it here in this committee and for the public, because 25%, 50% looks huge, but with that explanation and additional help, I hope that resolves any questions that there might be.
Yeah, and there's been no change since 2017.
Perfect.
Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janai,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye. Yes. Roloffs.
Yes.
Worsakki.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Item G. Consider the purchase of a new furnace at EMS Station 3.
The Buildings and Grounds Committee worked to look over various proposals that were given to Tom King to replace the furnace at the EMS station. Right now, there's 2 and 1 has failed. And so as a result of the various discussions at the Buildings and Grounds Committee, the recommendation is to move forward with Nye Plumbing and Heating for the installation of a 75,000 BTU heater for the EMS Station 3. Really, it comes down to the response of melting the ice and, you know, warming up that vehicle in a ample time to then get back out on the road when it does go into that garage. And that was why the larger unit made sense, especially for the cost. And I did provide all the proposals in your packet, as well as the one that was recommended by the Buildings and Grounds Subcommittee.
This is Frankfurt's location, right?
Correct.
We've had a number of discussions about that location. There's no reason to think that we're gonna move anytime, we're gonna make a change anytime soon, right?
No, and really, we've talked a lot about the house. So the living situation, the garage, as you know, is across the alley on the same parcel as the Maples. And so that garage is owned by the county, whereas the house is what we're living in, that's owned by Paul Oliver.
Okay. I'm gonna make the motion that the board approves it. The estimate number 2185 from Nye Plumbing and Heating for the installation of a 75,000 BTU heater at Station 3 and the not to exceed amount of 3284.42 with funds available from EMS Equipment Fund.
Second.
Kevin. Motion and support. Roll call, please.
Janai,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Same.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
motion carried.
I just want to put an editorial in here. Recently, one of our commissioners has been reluctant even about having their company bid. I want to go on record of saying that, you know, they're a quality provider in this community. We don't have that many providers in this community. So it's the right way to move, and there shouldn't be any hesitancy just because there's a relationship.
Noted. I'm gonna ask for some consideration here. Is there a chance we can deal with the road commission now and do item H after we're finished there?
I think
All
that
those
would-
parties are here and out of respect for them and what they have going on. So we'd like to hear from the road commission at this point.
So the road commission has brought their troops with them, as well as Pat McGow from Miller Canfield, who would serve as bond counsel, as well as Bobby Benzinski as the financial consultant. They're all here. About a month ago, the road commission came forward to really talk about what the ideas are moving forward for the rest of 2024. You heard from them that the idea is to come up with a new building and potentially bond the cost of that building in the community. So what you have in your packet today is the letters of engagement with both bond counsel and financial services. You do have a draft resolution in there, although you don't have to take action on it because there's plenty of time for the November election. And I've asked all the folks to be here to really go through and answer questions that you have regarding this proposal. They did get rough numbers back and a site plan, which is in your packet for the new building as it would stand with the construction of that new building and any construction management costs and those sorts of things. It does look like, you know, roughly an $18 million bond. This bond would be held by Benson County, and so we would be lockstep with the road commission through this process as far as construction management goes and choosing a contractor and moving through that process together. Troy and I have had a lot of conversations. Him and I are on the same page about the process. And so I don't think there's any issues there, but I will invite the folks up for questions that I know all of you do have regarding this project.
Morning, Troy.
I guess, she did include in your packet, the conceptual design of kind of what we got going on. Just to briefly kind of talk about that, we did talk with, Grand Traverse, Manistee, and a couple other road commissions to kind of figure out the do's and don'ts of their plans and what they like and what they don't like. And that's the conceptual drawing we had in front of you guys today. Any questions on the conceptual side of things, I can answer those, or if you want to get into the bonds and that kind of stuff, that's you guys behind me here.
Sure.
Katie, the only thing I would ask you is, we talked about the fact that because the county is going to be the one issuing the bonds, we're going to follow our protocols in terms of RFPs, project oversight.
Yep.
Et cetera. We've
Exactly.
had quite a bit of experience, both bad and good, in recent years on this. In order to follow that protocol, did they need to put out an RFP to do the conceptual drawings too?
So this is similar to how the expansion project from the basement went. You guys had worked with Bison Associates years ago to put together conceptual. And then when we went out to RFP, we went through the whole process of proposals and those sorts of things. The road commission does have certain exceptions that they are allowed to ask for drawings such as this. And they did that under that exception of not having to go out to bid for that. But our process would be competitively bid both for construction management and the actual final designs of the project itself. This is really following the path of what you guys had done for the lower level expansion project. You had worked with Vice Associates to get the conceptual drawings. We took those conceptual drawings into the RFP. And then when we went out for project management, we actually got down to the nitty gritty of the true schematic designs of the project.
Okay.
So this is all very conceptual, and really at the end of the day, it could be drastically different.
Okay.
Was that thing clear on that? So Pat McGow is the first gentleman you've met. Bobby Benzinski. Pat McGow is with Miller Canfield. He would serve as bond counsel as recommended by the road commission. I do believe many of you have probably met him because he's worked with Benzonia Township as well, is my understanding. So his letter, is it Benzonia? Yeah.
Village
The village, sorry.
of Benzonia and Beulah.
There you go. So his letter is in the packet for you. I don't know if there's questions regarding that or not.
Well, again, staying on the same thing. If the county is going out for the bond,
Mhm.
who would you generally use for bond counsel?
So I brought forward a month ago, a couple of names, and the consensus of this committee was for me to reach out to Miller Canfield because of past experience within the county itself, as well as that's who the road commission was recommended. So that's why I reached out to Miller Canfield for this process, is because this body told me to.
And where's this going from here?
So, what you could do, there's various things you could do today. You could take action on the whole kit and caboodle to place this onto the November ballot if you wanted to. We could have discussion and talk through the various information in here, and then you could take action maybe at July 9th meeting. The deadline for the November ballot is the August 13th meeting, so you do have a little of time. It's really up to this body. I would recommend today that if you are all okay with moving forward with Miller Canfield and Benzinski and Sons, to at least take that action to authorize those engagement letters moving forward.
So I'm completely in favor of, we need a new building. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I have no issues because there was apparently action taken at meetings I had to miss with the process you're at so far. I'm glad that once those bonds are issued, we're going to follow our own protocols, make sure we have qualified project managers with no conflicts. They're going to follow it. The issue I have is timing. And I don't know if that's a discussion for today or for July.
It's up to this board. If you want to get into those conversations now, we absolutely can. The gentlemen are here. I think it would probably make sense to get into those conversations while they are here. I don't know if they'll be here again in July, especially because a couple of them did drive up from downstate. So since they're here, if we want to get into those conversations now, they're here to answer your questions.
Have we determined what the assessment would be? If it's an $18 million project, have we determined that already?
Yes. Yes, those numbers have been put together. They've been provided to both the road commission and the administration. I'm Bobby
They're
Benzinski.
in your packet as well, by the way.
So if the county was to issue 18 million.
It's the schedule. It looks like this.
Yeah,
The
got
Benzinski
it.
letterhead.
Got it.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you, Pat. So if the county was to issue $18 million on behalf of the road commission, pledging its full faith and credit unlimited taxing power, the millage would range from 0.61 to 0.61. It's pretty level throughout the entire projected bond issue. We have projected that the bonds sell for 4%, which is slightly higher than they would if they were to go out to market today. And we have projected a 2% increase over the life of the bond issue of 2% in the taxable value. So that is how those numbers are developed. They were developed so that they could be put into the ballot proposal that's required. You have to state the first year's levy and the average annual. We always try to work it out so that those numbers are pretty close to the same numbers. So you don't see a great fluctuation where there's not a lot of questions. Why is it half a mil and 1.5 mils average or something that's really obscure like that? And I'll be happy to answer any question.
You're thinking that at the time the bonds are purchased, it'd probably be something greater than what the market would get today? Did I just hear you say that?
We projected a slightly higher rate today's market condition,
What would be the term, how many years on that?
20.
20 years? So the observation I'm gonna make is that, I have a real concern about what we're asking taxpayers to do in this community. There's a lot of stuff coming up on the ballots, both in August and November. We've been in this position now for a while. I'm going to repeat myself. I know that there's a need. But the Maples bond will mature in 2029, and that's 0.45 mils. And the sinking fund at the school, which is 0.9 mils, should mature in 2026. Wonder if there's any value in, well, I know there's value in delaying this a request to the community. I'd be interested in the commissioner's input. Just don't leave me hanging here, guys.
I'd like to know time frame on the build itself.
If everything goes according to plan through November, obviously we have to go for RFPs, which would be on Katie's end. And it sounded like possibly 6-7 months after final design is done, they could start breaking ground. So it could be the fall of 25, could be the spring of 26, somewhere in there.
To talk about the need, the commissioner asked about the need and why the timing. So if you or one of your commissioners could address that, maybe.
All right, Bob.
Year for the Maples. You know, the question came up a month ago when we were here for about the need. I'm Paul B. Kraft. I'm recently appointed to the Road Commission as a commissioner for, and anyway, the need. The building is a 1934. The first, it's on 3 levels. The trucks are getting taller, longer. Space. Biggest thing is heat. Back in when this was built. Stop me if I'm wrong, Mike, and Bob or Jim is heat. The roofs have both spring trusses. The building was designed when you used to change oil every 3,000 miles, and they had used oil furnaces to melt the snow on the roofs. Well, now the trucks go 30,000 miles per oil change.
Car came.
So that's one of the biggest things. If we have a lot of problems with building settling, the blocks are cracking. You can see through it in points, and it's time. I understand it's probably not the time to ask the taxpayers, but it's time. I think this has been delayed long enough, and we got a team on board. We have a very active manager. We have a very active superintendent. We have a very active shop foreman. We have a very active board right now. And right now is the time. And I would sure appreciate your guys' support in us moving forward with this. Our financial manager has went above and beyond. We find Bobby and Miller Canfield got recommendations from different road commissions that have built recently and has went through this process. And I think we have brought a good team to you to see this project through and get it started, and let's move forward.
I'm guessing you probably know the answer to this question, but the visibility of another project that started not very far away from the road commission board was the dollar store, just outside of the village limits. Do you anticipate, or have you checked what the water table is at the school site? As far as that influencing any part of the construction?
Yeah, that would be a little bit further into it to do some soil borings and that kind of thing to see what's actually underground there, see what we're gonna have to excavate out and fill back in. But we haven't got that far into it yet.
All right. Might be something to look at.
Absolutely.
I appreciate Commissioner Janet's concern about the timeline. I think one thing we learned when we went through the advisory committee Headley reset conversation was that our county appreciates having choices in our community. And I think we've identified a need, and I believe that we see relief coming down the road from a couple of bonds, but I am not going to stand in the way of the voters deciding whether this is important to them.
Anybody else?
If there's no further questions,
Since we have Pat here, Pat McGow, who is, can you take us through the process on your end
Sure.
of what this looks like for you?
Sure. Thank you very much. So Pat McGow, I've not worked with the county, but I've worked with many other county and road commission projects and a lot of local units here in the county. So what's before you here is really the first step in the financing, which would be for the county board to approve submitting a bond proposal to the voters. And that would be done at the November election. Under state law, you can submit proposals to voters at the election dates, and there's really only a few each year. This year, there were 4. Normally, there's 3, but as you know, counties, you guys generally have even year elections. So the deadline for getting something on the November ballot is August 13th. Tuesday is the day that language needs to have been approved by this board and filed with the county clerk in order to go on the ballot. That's the same deadline that any local unit of government would have. So the idea and the timeline would be this: assuming the county board wished to proceed, after adopting a resolution approving the ballot proposal, that would allow the clerk to make sure that that's included in the election notices in the ballot. It would go to the voters in November. If it's passed, that would then give the road commission the green light to move forward on doing their RFPs, finalize design, getting construction bids and specs. The bonds would not be issued until after those numbers came back so that we could look at what the total cost is. Commissioner, you had said, what if there's some additional costs? If the voters approve the proposal as presented, that gives the county the ability to issue bonds in an amount not to exceed $18 million. So that top number can't change. So if the numbers came in higher, they would have to figure out where to make up that difference or cut the project back. If the number comes in lower, that would allow them to downsize the bond issue to the amount that is expected to be needed. So we would not sell the bonds until they have construction bid numbers and we know what the cost of the project is expected to be. Once that's determined, the sale recommendation would be to do a competitive sale for the bonds. That process generally takes about 45 to 60 days because it would require meeting with the rating agencies, preparing offering documents, confirming the rating on the bonds. This board would have to approve a resolution, a bond authorizing resolution that would indicate the amount of the bonds to be sold for the project and setting forth that timeline. So that's really going to depend upon the timing on the numbers. The projections that you have here, we're sort of assuming that the bids and things were available next spring and the bonds would be issued in June of 2025. That date is going to move depending upon when you have the numbers. If the bonds are issued and sold in 2025, before December 1st of 2025, that would be the first levy date. So there will not be a levy on the tax bills until after the bonds are sold. So if it happens in summer or fall of 25, that first levy would be December 1 of 2025, and the bonds would be structured, as Bobby indicated, to kind of have level debt service, and we would know then what that is. As he indicated, there is an estimate that's in the ballot language that's required by law, but the millage is going to be what it is. So, you know, depending on the size of the bonds and the interest rates at the time, but when the bonds are sold, they will be sold at a fixed rate. And so we will know what the interest rate will be on the bonds for the life of the bonds and be able to project that accordingly. So the county administrator already talked about the process involved with contracting and bidding, and that would follow your normal procedures. Once the bonds are issued and sold, they're delivered to the county in one lump sum. And so that money is available to be invested in very safe short-term investments while it's waiting for the construction to happen. So you would get all the money up front. The interest rates would be fixed, and that would allow you to construct your project and build it out. So that's kind of roughly the timetable on the bond issue. If you want to just kind of look, there's a resolution in your packet, and I just wanted to kind of highlight the actual bond proposal itself, because this is something that is your bond proposal. I have drafted it based upon what's required by law and what I think, the project is. But if I could just walk through that with you, and for those of you following, it's Exhibit A in the resolution. And so this is called Benzie County Road Commission Facility Bond Proposal. And it has what's required by law. It has to state the maximum amount of debt, the maximum duration, which is not to exceed 20 years. And then that last part of that first paragraph is really the wiggle room, which is how we describe the project. So it's written to say that the purpose of the bonds is to pay all or part of the cost to acquire, construct, furnish, and equip a new road commission facility, including garage and administrative facilities, together with all related site improvements. So the idea is that this is going to pay to build it, construct it, furnish it with the funds that are available from the bond issue. That next sentence is also required by state law, which is the estimated millage in the first year and the average annual millage rate. And Bobby already addressed how those assumptions work. Now, the actual millage that's going to be levied is going to be determined each year based on what the debt service is and the taxable value. So you will adjust that accordingly. If taxable values go up more than 2%, then you'd probably be able to decrease that millage rate over time. So that's something that's determined each year as part of your budget process as to what that debt levy is going to be. And if you like, if there's something in here, and we talked a little bit, I just tried to give a very brief synopsis of the building. I know that it's been talked about for a while, just including kind of the main elements. I don't know how much more detail there needs to be. I know there's a truck barn involved in there, but the idea was just to kind of convey to the voters what's included. And this isn't just, a single barn facility. It's going to have all the administrative offices as well. So this is something that if you want to tweak that, we can talk about that. But the language that's here, I think, is in a form that's acceptable and would be able to be presented to the voters to decide on whether or not the county would be authorized to issue the bonds. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions about the process or the actual language itself.
One thing also I think we need to take in consideration is at that same election date in November, this board could have a different look as well. So who you're talking to now might not be the same people that are here then. But I think we can get past that.
Yeah, and again, what this does, it asks the voters to authorize the county to issue the bonds. And that then gives whoever that county board is at that time the authority to kind of make those decisions and move forward on that timetable. Yeah.
So you're talking about a bond potentially not being funded or issued until mid to late 2025.
Correct.
When do we assess for the taxes on this, in the summer or the winter?
This would be in the winter. It would be on the December tax levy.
And in December, to be collected then by February 15th of 26.
Correct.
Based on the taxable value right now, the payment on the bond would be 0.6 mils. Did I hear that correctly?
That's 0.61.
0.61 mils.
Correct. And if the bonds are not delivered by December 1 of 2025, then it would go on to December 1 of 2026. Bonds have to deliver in order to levy in December. Have delivered technically by November 30th, but I'm sure you'd want them delivered a little bit before, but
Is there a reason to believe that wouldn't happen?
it would all be timing of,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not being critical of anybody in this process, but over the past 4 years since COVID, we've all seen time delays and supply delays and things of that nature. So, can it happen? Yes. I don't think anybody in this room can predict.
No.
And it depends on the timing of retaining professional service. Sign this facility.
Does anybody have any idea when that sinking fund millage is assessed?
And that, yeah.
When we assess it? No. When do we assess it? Do we, summer or winter? It's in the winter. And if it expires in 2026, does that mean the tax bill in December of 25, it would not be reflected on there, or it would be?
Depends.
26, the last time.
Okay, so a year later. Okay.
Although that's also something that could be renewed
Mhm.
by the voters, but if the school district decided to do that.
I get that.
And it also depends the language. If it said 2026 inclusive, that means it would be then the 27 before it wasn't on the tax bill if it wasn't renewed. So we'd have to find the language and actually see what the language says.
And potentially the Maples bond could be retired in 28. Based on,
Potentially.
again, I have no objection to what the need is. There's just a lot of, we've got a number of people on fixed income in this community, and these things, they add up after a while. I kind of, maybe it's a naive way to look at it, but if I'm gonna make a purchase at home, I may wait until I get one debt paid off to acquire another debt.
I think we have an opportunity to let the voters
Yep, let the voter decide.
decide.
It puts a lot of things at jeopardy when we do this. When we pack that ballot, it puts other millages at jeopardy.
Oh, I understand that totally.
Question for the road commission guys behind you. We will be asked at the meetings we attend, what's gonna happen with the old building?
The current building that we are in now will be demolished.
And then what will that space be?
As of right now, there's no plans for that space. We've talked about maybe a cold storage building in where it's at, or in that area now, but as far as going forward, we're concentrating on the new facility, and once we get over there, we'll demolish and figure out what we're gonna do with the old one.
That your intention is to retain that property and not sell it?
Correct.
Are you gonna keep the fuel lot where it is?
Yeah, that, the fuel island out back is good for, I believe, how many more years? 15 more years, and then after that, we also acquired the 3 acres behind where the school was, to put the new fuel islands and fuel cells.
If need be.
Well, in 15 years, yeah,
You never know, it might change by then.
good.
It'll be all electric by then.
Yeah. Sure.
You have a few electric trucks, don't you?
No, Bob does. Bob's got the electric stuff.
I thought
In
it,
addition, with the fire suppression in the building that we have to have, then we gotta have a 30,000. 40,000 gallon tank that's gotta be pumped. And we are going to add to the fire department and hook, pump out of it, be able to use it. Fire suppression throughout the county as a pump system instead of a dry hydrant. Because extra apparatus, you needed a dry hydrant.
You're saying you're looking at a high volume well there, or and a holding tank as well?
1,000 gallon.
Pump was. I can't remember what he said.
No, thank you, Paul.
Like a 600 gallon a minute. Remember the number?
I'm gonna ask an odd question. Has anybody taken their crystal ball out and seen if this proposed building is gonna meet your needs in 30 years?
When we were designing the building, Scott did actually a lot of work on that as designing future needs as well. Like I said, the size of the trucks now are probably gonna continue to increase as the size of their equipment does as well. But with the current configuration, we have little extra room to fit some extra trucks and some extra pickups. And it'll be good going into the future, hopefully.
And then this $18 million, is that going to be sufficient to build what the proposed is?
That's what we're hoping. With the engineers basically pulled numbers from the Kingsley facility that Grand Traverse is building, as well as their program they use to estimate out the costs of numbers. But they pulled real-time numbers from that Kingsley facility and then used our square footage against it and came up with this estimate. So we believe it's pretty accurate, and contingency on top of that as well.
I was going to say, because we know local projects went out for bond, and then when they actually went to go do it, they were surprised.
One thing in your court is you don't have to be considering the county getting larger as a footprint. And you get same however many miles of roads and capacity and what's maintainable with the kind of size staff and equipment you have. Just keeping up with the times though.
Am I right to assume if you sell the bonds, when the time comes to sell the bonds, you projected 4% interest on those bonds? What if that's drastically different, higher or lower? It just impacts the payment that needs to be made. There's no recourse at that point. We can't dial back the project. We're just subject to whatever the interest rates are that time, and we move forward with our best guess right now.
Correct. Under law, we're required to project what we believe is a reasonable estimate. We believe that 4% is reasonable. You would sell 375, 380 today, 3.75, 3.80. We believe that after discussion and review of the county's taxable value, that 2% is a reasonable growth factor over the next 20 years. Again, we're not projecting 5% because we've had it for 2 years. When we sell the bonds, the interest rate is the interest rate. And because it's a voted unlimited tax bond issue, this allows the county to levy whatever they need to make debt service payments on an annual basis. If, rates go to 10%, this board can say, no, we're not going to issue the bond. It's not a matter of, we're stuck with issuing the bonds. As Mr. McGowan indicated, after we receive construction bids and know the total project cost, Benzinski and Company and Miller Canfield will provide a bond authorizing resolution to this board that will have all the bond details in it. And you will have that opportunity to either approve that or deny it. If you approve it, we'll move forward with the bond sale. If you deny it, we cannot move forward with the bond sale.
So even though the voter has authorized it, there could be conditions that stall it or not have it move forward?
Correct. If you hire an architect,
You've seen that happen.
pardon?
How often have either of you seen that happen?
I can honestly say that in 47 years of doing this, voted bond issues have gone forward. Have they been revised? Yes. I mean, in terms of changing of the project, maybe smaller facility. Maybe you build 2 stories as opposed to 3 stories something. Maybe you don't build a basement. Maybe you downsize it, things of that nature. Eventually, they get done because the boards feel that voters approved them and they want to provide that project.
Yeah, I agree. There's often some tweaking, if interest rates shoot up or the construction costs shoot up higher, there may be tweaking to the project scope or whether there's other funds. I can honestly say there's only one example that I can think of. Even though it's the board's discretion, we had a client that was building a very expensive underground parking structure that came in 40% higher than estimate, and they decided that it wasn't worth doing. So even though the voters had approved an underground parking structure, they thought it was cost prohibitive and they made other plans. That's the only one I can think of. I think there's some school districts that maybe have voted bonds and decided that, oh, we don't need the new high school, we can renovate the existing high school. So there are other examples where some of those things have been tweaked, but usually once it's approved by the voters, it's about then making the project fit within the amount that's been authorized and either downsizing or finding other funds if the project comes in higher.
Bonds are approved. I believe we have an example right up the hill with the new fire hall where the project came in much higher, so it was delayed for several years until prices came back down where they could do a scaled version, so that once it's approved, the bond sits there ready to be utilized.
Yeah, that's a great point. What essentially the voters are doing is authorizing the county board to issue and sell bonds. It's not mandating. The county board has that discretion. And this authorization doesn't really expire. So if prices are out of control, and you decide, you know what, we're not going to do it right now, but 4 years later, it works, you could issue the bond as long as it's within the amount that was authorized by the voters, not to exceed 18 million, and it's still the same project. So yes, a county board could decide to delay it and still use this authorization several years later if circumstances required that.
Up to this board.
Like I said, there's time. So if there's not a comfort level to take action today, there is time. We have until August 13th, which is the deadline to certify it to Tammy's office. And so if there's not a comfort level today, we will put it back on for July 9th so that you have time to, mull over it on your own.
With missing
There.
one commissioner today who was greatly engaged in road commission business. I would want to wait until he's in attendance to get his ideas, and his thoughts. And he'll be back at our next meeting, so we're only a couple of weeks away.
I would just like to add one thing about both of our engagement letters. I know I can speak for Mr. McGow, but he can confirm it. When you approve our engagement letters,
I like that, when, not if.
we don't get paid until bonds are sold and delivered. So you're not engaging us and engaging in an expense to the county if the bond issue was not to pass or
Very
to be
good.
sold and delivered. I mean, if it passes, we still don't get paid until you sell them and deliver them.
Appreciate that.
We're here on it. Answer that
Right.
question.
Anybody else?
Just like you said, I'm ready to move on it today, but out of respect for Gary, I say we wait 2 weeks.
Yep, that's my feeling.
Yeah, I do think we do support the road commission and we do understand, yes, I understand, yes, that building needs to get replaced. I've been inside and I've seen it.
Me as well.
I've added it to my list of items for July 9th.
Very good. So you're welcome, if any of you want to be at the July 9th meeting, to give Gary any updates, but I'm sure he's filled with it at every meeting anyway, so I think it's our obligation to wait for him to come back. Happy fishing in Alaska. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Thanks, Troy. Brings us back to item H. Consider entering into closed session to consider performance review of the county administrator.
Jeanette moves that the commissioners enter into a closed session. Did you make that motion already, Bob?
Yeah.
I'll support Bob's motion.
What I thought was wrong.
Jeanette supports.
There's a motion and support. Roll call.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye. Yes. Roloffs.
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
motion carried.
And we will be going in without administrator and then inviting her in shortly.
All right, you're unmuted.
Unmute.
Mhm.
All right, we're back in session. And I'm not sure what kind of motion you need, or we just can keep moving on.
I think you make a statement.
Okay?
The chair.
Waiting for you to format it for me.
Well, we, in closed
But-
session, we had a evaluation of our administrator. We completed that. That's about it. I mean, that's what the purpose of the closed session was.
There you go. Thank you. So all of our new business items are done. We move on to committee appointments.
Before we move on, do you think that we should take the time to talk about ad hoc committee for contract negotiations with the county administrator?
Sure.
Do we know who wants to sit on that?
Gonna be your board.
Rhonda?
Why would it change from the evaluation committee?
I was gonna suggest we keep it the same.
Good.
I'd be willing to serve on that.
I'll make the motion that we create an ad hoc committee consisting of the chair, Commissioner Jeanette, Commissioner Markey, to work on contract negotiations with the county administrator. Second.
Motion and support. Or any further discussion? Roll call.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Worsakki,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
Committee appointments, as you saw in your pack, there's a Veterans Affairs appointment. You met Vince earlier this morning. And as well as Gary Sauer. I do know, well, Vince gave you a pretty good rundown, but he's been engaged with Veterans Affairs for about 6 months, and he's very eager. The Veterans Affairs Committee would support his nomination to the Veterans Affairs Committee.
Could we be following our normal procedures for this process?
And do an ad hoc.
I think we're opening ourselves up to criticism if we don't.
I know we are.
So let's
If
have
we
it
have
in.
You said that the Veterans Affairs supports that applicant, but that wasn't in form of a motion. That was just a comment, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And we have not communicated with, I don't know if Gary knows that another applicant has applied for this committee or not. So I don't know if in that circumstance he would withdraw. I don't know. I haven't spoke with Gary because he's been out of town.
I haven't either.
Yeah.
I have not either.
So I mean, he may withdraw. I don't know. Because there's a community resident. I don't know.
Should we set up the interview committee like we normally do? And then if Commissioner Sauer does decide to withdraw, then we'll cross that bridge.
I think that makes sense.
Yes,
Now we're gonna interview Commissioner Sauer.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this other.
Yes, one on that.
He applied as a community resident and so.
So
put
I
him
will
through
make
the
a motion
process.
then, because I heard at least one volunteer. That the Board of Commissioners accepts Kurt Giddis's resignation, establishes an ad hoc interview committee to make recommendations regarding one unexpired term on the Veterans Affair, and that the vice chair, Commissioner Worsakki,
I would like to be on it.
and this is and Commissioner Cunningham, you all right with that?
Sure.
And the Veterans Committee Chair and an administrative designee. Boy, how many people are you gonna have on that committee?
So typically, there's 3 commissioners, there's the chair of the committee that we're interviewing for, and then my office will facilitate and take notes.
So
So,
is he the chair of the?
yes, so in this situation, he's acting as Veterans Affairs
It's
Chair.
gonna be an open meeting.
Yeah.
We can do it without a problem.
Yeah, it is an open meeting, so it'll be posted.
Can I finish that thought? Because there's something I want to express. And the designee of the Veterans Committee Chair, because Bob, you may choose to have somebody else sit on that. I don't know. I mean, do you want to sit on it? Is that it?
Either way,
Okay.
but I would just assume.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm good with that. then.
I know both applicants.
I wasn't trying to exclude you. You probably know exactly what I mean.
I'm not. on the
That's what
committee.
Bob is serving as Veterans Affairs. So you, the ad hoc of the the ad hoc of the Board of Commissioners is who makes the formal recommendation. But the chair of whatever committee we're interviewing for is there to listen and give feedback. My office typically just facilitates and takes the notes. So there's really the three of you who make the decision, and then those other folks are there as participation.
So we really don't even need to mention administrative designee.
Commissioner Sauer, are we at conversation now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Do I have the second? No second, yeah. I'll second. Okay. Okay, now wait.
Be clear about this motion though, okay?
Yep.
I am not I'm ending it as at Veterans Committee Chair.
Yeah.
I'm not including that and administrative designee because you're just there to record the meeting.
Yeah, and I facilitate, so I ask all the questions and write all the notes, but we don't, that's all we do.
Should Commissioner Sauer withdraw? Is this interview necessary?
As far as I'm concerned, no.
Correct. You don't have to, the
We have-
policy allows you to forego.
Yep.
Yeah.
We've done that in the past. What do you have for motion?
I have. Motion by Janat, seconded by Cunningham to accept Kurt Giddis's resignation and establish an ad hoc interview committee to make recommendations regarding unexpired terms on the Veterans Affairs, and that the Vice Chair, Commissioner Worsacki, Commissioner Cunningham, Veterans Committee Chair be appointed to such committee.
That's what I said.
Roll call.
Roloffs?
Yes.
Worsacki?
Yes.
Cunningham? Aye. Janat?
Yes.
Markey?
Yep.
Nye?
Yes.
Motion carried.
That meeting is open to the public.
Yep.
We'll have 5 commissioners there potentially.
That's it.
Yeah.
I said that on your behalf.
Should I hold it in this room? And have crowd?
Yeah, right. No, we can be wherever, 206.
Wherever the room's available.
Yeah. Mission reports. How far do you want to go?
Jeanette makes a motion to suspend commissioner reports for this meeting.
Second.
Motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Oh,
All right, that's good. I like that.
doing next.
County administrator report.
1 o'clock.
You want to do the same thing?
What?
Nothing.
Okay.
I do want to make one comment though about the Run Lake Ann.
No, we suspended that.
This is just.
Public comment.
This is, all right, I'll do it under public comment.
Our office is plugging along. Like I said, Rose is out this week, so Jackie and I are handling APs and payroll. So intermittently, we might be unavailable. You will on July 9th have your insurance renewal in front of you. I just want to say again, like I said last time, please expect some major changes being recommended to you for our health insurance package. We've done our best to keep coverages essentially the same for our staff, but the vendor itself and the type of plan that is being presented is quite different. So just be prepared for that on July 9th. Also this morning, at just after 8, I emailed you 27 spreadsheets. Those 27 spreadsheets are the budget. And I emailed a long explanation about some of the things I called out, specifically, regarding the general fund, the jail fund, different funds that I've called out specific things. I will have those big spreadsheets printed for you before the July 9th meeting. And then at the July 9th study session, we'll talk budget. As in the past, the folks who have been invited to the study session are those who have changes to their budget or those who want to come speak to you. Those who have a flat budget with 0 changes, I've given them the option not to come and defend their budget because nothing is changing. So I anticipate a half a dozen to 10 staff persons coming before you is all, not the whole kit and caboodle. But like I said, I'll get those spreadsheets for you and try to color coordinate them again for you and those sorts of things. But don't freak out when you see an email with 27 spreadsheets.
You said staff people might be given a time to come before us.
Yes.
How about any committees that need some funding?
So like the gym committee specifically?
Well, I'm thinking EDC, quite frankly.
Or the EDC. So Dan will be invited here, and so him and I will piggyback on that EDC request. The gym committee has held their first committee meeting, and Jackie and I are both on that committee, so we can talk about that request specifically. And then as far as other staff persons, I anticipate the sheriff, Carly Bailey, Chip Johnston. I anticipate Tammy, Paula, and Kelly coming before you. There's not many others. I mean, everyone's a pretty flat request. You heard from the health department today, they're flat. Chip is actually a little bit of a decrease, but he wants to come before you anyways to just chat. So I don't anticipate a ton of people in front of you. Now, if there's somebody you want here specifically, let me know and I can get them here for the meeting. But as long as, you know, we're on track as far as that afternoon, July 9th, doing budget, we should be on track to adopt the budget the first meeting in September. And if we can't, we still have that fallback meeting if we need it to adopt it before the 9:30 deadline. Things are looking good with the budget, and you'll see that. Again, I'm budgeting over $500,000 into contingency again. And so things look pretty good in the budget. So of those 27 spreadsheets, one is a comparable wage spreadsheet specifically for elected officials and their chief deputies. So I provided that as well in there. And it's all of our comparable counties, same counties we use in bargaining. And it has all the elected officials and chief deputies in that spreadsheet. So you can see where our folks are falling on the range as well. Other than that, we're just plugging along.
Questions?
More of a request than a question.
Denied.
Now that we've learned that the building department's hours are different, and it doesn't sound like there was any discussion held with either the commissioners or administration that we're aware of. I'd like to explore that a little bit. You know,
I can touch
I
base.
don't, does their contract require them to be here 8 to 5? Sounds like it was pretty arbitrary.
So that contract at best is weak. I need to do that contract. I mean, like I said with Gaylord's contract, we're going through contracts and updating contracts, and you've seen some others that we've redone. That one needs to be redone. Rose and I went through that contract a half a dozen times already, racking our brains about, you know, because the way we interpret the contract, maybe the billing isn't as clear as it should be. We already crossed the bridge with them on fixing their quarterly reports. Their quarterly reports weren't matching the bills. And we were like, this doesn't make sense. So that contract needs to be looked at. So I will make that my next contract priority is that one. And then we can sit down and have those conversations with Bert and his staff about, you know, we'd like you here during these times. These are your expectations and those sorts of things. Because like the Jowett space use agreement, that one also hasn't been touched since you guys put it into place.
I mean, quite frankly, there may be contractors, small contractors, that they need to go in at the end of the day.
That's exactly the reason I became aware of it.
Okay.
It just happened upon it.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, that's not good service.
and I know too, now they have two front desk individuals down there now. That was during my tenure here. They used to just have one, now they have two. So maybe we can talk to them too about maybe fluctuating their schedules. So, because if it's a timing issue, maybe one comes in an hour later and stays an hour later or what have you, we can work through that because they do have two folks down there now. And those folks are also working to digitize that office. As you know, that office has the biggest footprint of filing cabinets left in this building. So they are also working to digitize that office. I've purchased them a large scale scanner as well as they have desk scanners. So they're doing that as well. So I will make that our next contract priority so we can maybe work through that.
I appreciate consideration.
Yeah.
Anything else from the administrator?
I
Right.
don't think so.
Presentation of correspondence. Anything you want to see, read about? Brings us to our final public comment. Have anything, Dan? Bob Roloff, Benzie County resident. Lake Ann did their,
What township? For the record.
amendment. none of your business. The 5K run in Lake Ann was not totally in the village, but basically it was in the village. 290 participants. And I'm told a young gentleman in his teens, which I believe is the same gentleman that won last year, one-handedly. I believe he was at a dead run when he finished. So same way he starts, unbelievable.
Did you run it?
Rhonda did run too, so she did very well. And the proceeds, after expenses, the proceeds will go to Benzie County Veterans Affairs on requesting from the family. So it was a good day.
Second, please.
Any other public input? Close public input.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
All in favor, say aye.